Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. As twilight descended upon Trollbark Forest, a gentle breeze whispered through the ancient trees, carrying with it the promise of a magical night. Celine, an elven ranger with hair the color of autumn leaves, moved silently through the deepening shadows, her keen senses attuned to the subtle rhythms of the woodland. For days, Celine had been following faint trails and hushed rumors of a hidden glade deep within the heart of the forest. Tonight, as the first stars began to twinkle in the darkening sky, she felt certain she was close to discovering this secret place. The ranger paused, her slender fingers resting lightly on the rough bark of an old oak tree. She closed her eyes, listening intently to the forest's evening song. The melodious trills of nightingales mingled with the soft hooting of owls awakening for their nightly hunt. Beneath it all, Celine detected something else, a faint, silvery sound that seemed to beckon her forward. With renewed purpose, she continued her journey, her soft leather boots making no sound on the moss-covered forest floor. The trees around her grew older and more gnarled, their sprawling branches creating a canopy that filtered the fading daylight into a mesmerizing dance of shadows and luminescence. As Celine rounded a massive, twisted yew tree, she suddenly found herself on the threshold of a sight that took her breath away. Before her lay a perfectly circular glade, untouched by the encroaching darkness of night. The ranger stood motionless, drinking in the scene with wide-eyed wonder. The glade was a masterpiece of natural beauty, as if carefully crafted by the most skilled of elven artisans. A ring of ancient trees surrounded the clearing, their gnarled trunks and sprawling roots creating natural archways and alcoves. The ground was carpeted with lush emerald grass that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. At the center of the glade lay a small, crystal-clear pool. Its surface was as smooth as polished glass, reflecting the star-studded sky above with perfect clarity. Small, rounded stones lined the pool's edge, their surfaces worn smooth by countless years of gentle water lapping against them. As the last vestiges of daylight faded, the true magic of the glade began to reveal itself. Tiny points of light, like earthbound stars, began to twinkle among the grass and low-hanging branches. Celine realized they were luminescent flowers, their delicate petals unfurling in response to the rising moon. The elven ranger moved further into the glade, her steps slow and reverent. The silvery sound she had heard earlier grew stronger, and she now recognized it as the gentle tinkling of water. A small stream fed the central pool, cascading over moss-covered rocks in a series of tiny musical waterfalls. Celine found a comfortable spot near the pool, settling down on a soft patch of moss. She leaned back against the broad trunk of an ancient oak, feeling the quiet strength and wisdom emanating from the old tree. As she sat in stillness, the glade seemed to come alive around her. Fireflies emerged from the underbrush, their gentle lights dancing through the air in mesmerizing pattern. They skimmed low over the surface of the pool, their reflections creating the illusion of stars both above and below. The luminescent flowers continued to open, their soft glow intensifying as the night deepened. A gentle mist began to rise from the pool, carrying with it the fresh, clean scent of water mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest. The mist swirled and eddied in graceful patterns, as if performing a slow, ethereal dance in the moonlight. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, its silver light filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows across the glade. The interplay of moonlight, mist, and the glow of the magical flowers created an ever-changing tableau of light and shadow. Celine sat in quiet contemplation, allowing the peace of the glade to wash over her. The tensions of her long journey melted away, replaced by a profound sense of connection to the natural world around her. She felt as if she could sense the slow, steady heartbeat of the forest itself. As the night wore on, the glade's other inhabitants began to emerge. A family of deer, their movements as silent as Celine's own, stepped delicately into the clearing. The stag, his antlers crowned with moonlight, led his doe and 2 fawns to the pool's edge. They drank deeply of the crystal waters, their eyes alert but unafraid. Celine remained perfectly still, honored to witness this private moment. As the deer quenched their thirst, other woodland creatures appeared. A fox with a coat of burnished red slipped from between the trees, pausing to sniff the air before approaching the water. A pair of rabbits hopped into the glade, their long ears twitching at every small sound. The animals seemed to pay little heed to Celine's presence, as if recognizing her as a kindred spirit of the forest. A brave squirrel even scampered close to where she sat, regarding her with curious black eyes before darting off to chase its fellows through the lower branches of the surrounding trees. As the night deepened, a new sound joined the gentle symphony of the glade. From somewhere in the distance came the haunting call of a wolf. Rather than a fierce howl, it was a melodious song that spoke of moonlight and the wild freedom of the forest. Other wolves joined in, their voices blending in perfect harmony. The wolf song added a touch of wild beauty to the peaceful scene, a reminder of the untamed heart that beat within the tranquil glade. Celine closed her eyes, letting the music of the wolves wash over her. In that moment, she felt a deep kinship with these unseen creatures, and with all the inhabitants of the forest. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the moonlit glade. Celine drifted in and out of a light, restful sleep, each time she opened her eyes greeted by a new tableau of natural beauty. Sometimes she would see an owl gliding silently across the glade, its wings stirring the mist into swirling patterns. At other times, she would catch glimpses of smaller creatures, mice and voles scurrying through the underbrush, or a hedgehog waddling quietly along the edge of the pool. As the night began to wane, a new magic descended upon the glade. Dewdrops formed on every leaf and blade of grass, each one a perfect, miniature reflection of the moon and stars above. The entire clearing sparkled as if dusted with countless tiny diamonds. With the approach of dawn, the luminescent flowers began to close their petals, their soft light fading as the eastern sky brightened. The mist that had danced across the surface of the pool throughout the night began to dissipate, revealing once more the perfect mirror of the water's surface. Celine stirred from her peaceful reverie, feeling refreshed and renewed in a way she had never experienced before. As she rose to her feet, stretching muscles that felt relaxed and limber, she noticed something that had escaped her attention the previous evening. Near the edge of the glade, partially hidden by the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, was a small opening, the mouth of a cave. Intrigued, Celine approached it carefully. The cave entrance was wreathed in delicate ferns and soft moss, and from within came the soothing sound of trickling water. Though curiosity tugged at her, Celine refrained from entering the cave. Some mysteries, she knew, were best left undiscovered, preserved as a promise of future wonders. Instead, she made a mental note of its location, a secret to be explored another day. As the first golden rays of sunlight began to pierce the canopy, Celine knew it was time for her to leave this enchanted place. She took a final look around the glade, committing every detail to memory. The dawn light brought new beauty to the scene. Dewdrops glittered like precious gems, and the leaves shimmered with a fresh, vibrant green. With a heart full of peace and wonder, Celine quietly made her way out of the glade. As she slipped back into the wider forest, she carried with her the magic of the moonlit night. She knew that whenever the cares of the world weighed heavily upon her, she could close her eyes and return in spirit to this hidden, tranquil place deep within Trollbark Forest. And so, as Celine continued her journey through the awakening woods, the magical glade settled back into its timeless rhythm. It waited patiently for the next twilight, ready to offer its gifts of peace and renewal to any weary traveler fortunate enough to discover its hidden charms. Story 2. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, the gentle chiming of bells drifted across the countryside surrounding Baldur's Gate. The melodious tones heralded the start of a new day at the Monastery of the Verdant Heart, a small but cherished haven of peace nestled among rolling hills and ancient oak trees. Within the monastery's thick stone walls, Brother Cadfael stirred from his simple bed. The elderly monk's weathered face crinkled into a contented smile as he listened to the familiar morning sounds. The soft padding of sandaled feet in the hallway, the distant murmur of early prayers, and the cheerful twittering of birds outside his window all blended into a soothing symphony that never failed to lift his spirits. Cadfael rose slowly, his joints creaking in protest. Yet there was a spring in his step as he donned his rough spun brown robe and tied it with a length of rope. Today promised to be a perfect day for tending to his beloved herb garden, and the thought filled him with quiet joy. After joining his fellow monks for morning prayers in the small chapel, its air fragrant with incense and echoing with gentle chants, Cadfael made his way to the kitchen. Brother Oswin, the monastery's cook, greeted him with a warm smile and a steaming mug of herbal tea. "Good morning, Brother Cadfael," Oswin said, his round face beaming. "I've added a touch of the honey you harvested last week. I hope it meets with your approval." Cadfael took a sip, savoring the blend of chamomile, lavender, and sweet honey. "It's perfect, Oswin," he replied, his blue eyes twinkling. "A fine start to what promises to be a beautiful day." With a chunk of freshly baked bread tucked into his pocket and the mug of tea warming his gnarled hands, Cadfael stepped out into the monastery's main courtyard. The sun had fully risen now, its golden light spilling over the weathered stones and illuminating the simple beauty of the cloistered garden. At the center of the courtyard stood an ancient oak tree, its massive trunk scarred and twisted with age. Legend had it that the monastery had been built around this very tree, honoring its connection to the natural world. Cadfael paused for a moment beneath its sprawling branches, feeling a sense of timeless peace wash over him. As he continued toward his herb garden, Cadfael's keen eyes took in the quiet activity around him. Brother Thomas was carefully tending to the courtyard's flower beds, his young face serene as he worked. Near the well, Sisters Maria and Elizabeth chatted softly as they filled buckets with cool, clear water for the day's tasks. Cadfael's herb garden lay just beyond the main courtyard, a secluded patch of earth lovingly cultivated over many years. As he approached, the morning air became rich with the mingled scents of rosemary, thyme, and sage. The monk paused at the garden's edge, closing his eyes and breathing deeply, allowing the fragrant air to fill his lungs and soothe his soul. Opening his eyes, Cadfael surveyed his domain with quiet pride. Neat rows of herbs stretched before him, each plant vibrant and healthy. Delicate tendrils of morning mist still clung to the leaves, making them sparkle in the early sunlight. The gentle buzz of bees, already hard at work, provided a soothing background rhythm to the peaceful scene. With practiced ease, Cadfael gathered his tools, pruning shears, a small trowel, and woven baskets for harvesting. He moved slowly through the garden, his touch gentle as he examined each plant. Here, he carefully trimmed back the exuberant growth of lemon balm. There, he loosened the soil around a patch of chamomile, encouraging its roots to spread. As the morning progressed, Cadfael lost himself in the meditative rhythm of his work. The sun climbed higher, its warmth seeping into his old bones and easing the ever-present ache in his joints. Birds flitted among the nearby trees, their cheerful songs a counterpoint to the steady drone of bees and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. Midway through the morning, Cadfael paused to rest, settling onto a worn wooden bench at the edge of the garden. He broke off a piece of the bread from his pocket, savoring its hearty flavor as he gazed out over his handiwork. A sense of deep contentment washed over him, a feeling of being exactly where he was meant to be, doing precisely what he was meant to do. As Cadfael sat in quiet contemplation, a flutter of movement caught his eye. A bright blue butterfly had alighted on a nearby lavender bush, its delicate wings fanning slowly as it sipped nectar from the fragrant purple blooms. The monk watched, entranced, as the butterfly danced from flower to flower, a living jewel among the green leaves. The butterfly's appearance reminded Cadfael of the task he had set for himself today, harvesting herbs for healing teas. With renewed energy, He rose from the bench and began to carefully select and cut sprigs of various plants. Into one basket went soothing chamomile and sleep-inducing valerian. Another he filled with immune-boosting echinacea and elderberry. As he worked, Cadfael's mind drifted to the people these herbs would help. There was old Willem in the village, whose joints ached with the changing seasons. Young Sarah, the baker's daughter, who suffered from fitful sleep. And of course, his fellow monks, who relied on Cadfael's teas to soothe sore throats and ease winter colds. The thought of easing others' suffering, even in small ways, filled Cadfael with a warm sense of purpose. He hummed softly to himself, an old hymn that spoke of the healing power of nature and the importance of compassion for all living things. As the sun reached its zenith, the distant tolling of the monastery bell signaled the approach of midday prayers. Cadfael straightened slowly, his back protesting the movement after hours of bending over his plants. He gathered his baskets of freshly harvested herbs and made his way back toward the main building, his steps unhurried but purposeful. Passing through the courtyard, Cadfael noticed Brother Ambrose struggling with a heavy bucket of water. Without hesitation, the older monk set down his baskets and moved to assist, his weary strength belying his advanced years. Together, they carried the bucket to its destination, sharing a moment of companionable silence before parting with warm smiles. After midday prayers and a simple meal of vegetable soup and fresh bread, Cadfael returned to his quarters. The small room was sparsely furnished, but filled with the tools of his herbalist trade. Bundles of dried herbs hung from the rafters, filling the air with a complex tapestry of scents. Shelves lined the walls, holding jars of salves, tinctures, and carefully labeled packets of dried plants. With the patience born of long practice, Cadfael began the process of preparing his morning's harvest for storage and use. Some herbs he tied into bundles to hang and dry. Others he carefully stripped from their stems, storing the leaves in clay jars for future use. A few, like the delicate chamomile flowers, he spread on screens to dry in the warm afternoon sun. As he worked, Cadfael's mind wandered to the vast storehouse of knowledge he had accumulated over his long life. Each plant had its own story, its own unique properties and uses. He remembered the teachers who had shared their wisdom with him and the many hours of study and experimentation that had honed his skills. There was a deep satisfaction in this work, a sense of carrying on an ancient tradition of healing and care. Cadfael knew that long after he was gone, the knowledge he passed on to younger monks like Brother Thomas would continue to benefit others. As the afternoon waned, Cadfael set aside his work and made his way to the monastery's small library. Here, in the quiet hours before evening prayers, he often spent time recording his observations and insights in a large, leather-bound journal. The scratch of quill on parchment and the faint, musty smell of old books created a cocoon of tranquility around him. Today, Cadfael found himself writing about the blue butterfly he had seen in the garden. His words flowed smoothly, describing not just the insect's appearance, but the sense of joy and wonder its presence had evoked. As he wrote, he reflected on the interconnectedness of all living things and the importance of finding beauty in small, everyday moments. The soft glow of sunset filtered through the library's high windows, painting the room in warm, golden light. Cadfael set down his quill and leaned back in his chair, a sense of deep peace settling over him. Another day was drawing to a close, a day filled with simple tasks and quiet pleasures. As the evening bell began to toll, calling the monks to their final prayers of the day, Cadfael rose slowly from his seat. He made his way to the chapel, joining his brothers in a final moment of reflection and gratitude. Later, as night fell softly over the monastery, Cadfael stood for a moment at his window. The herb garden lay in shadow now, but he could still catch the faint scent of lavender on the cool night air. Stars began to twinkle in the darkening sky, and a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of the ancient oak. With a contented sigh, Cadfael prepared for sleep, his mind already turning to the promise of another day tending his beloved herbs. As he drifted off, the peaceful rhythms of the monastery surrounded him, the soft snores of his fellow monks, the distant hoot of an owl, and the eternal, comforting presence of the verdant world just outside his window. In this quiet corner of the world, Brother Cadfael had found his calling, his purpose, and a deep, abiding peace. And as he slept, the herbs in his garden continued their slow, steady growth, a testament to the enduring cycles of nature and the healing power of a life lived in harmony with the world around us. Story 3. In the heart of Baldur's Gate, where cobblestone streets wound their way between ancient buildings, and the scent of the sea lingered in the air, there stood a small shop with a weathered wooden sign that read, Gareth's Candlery. The shop's window glowed with a warm, inviting light, drawing the eye of passersby and promising a refuge from the bustling world outside. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, Gareth the candlemaker was already awake and moving about his cozy workshop. The gentle creaking of the floorboards under his feet and the soft rustling of his apron were the only sounds that broke the early morning silence. Gareth was a man in his late 50s, with salt and pepper hair and kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled. His hands, though weathered by years of work, moved with a grace and precision that spoke of long experience and deep passion for his craft. He paused for a moment at the shop's front window, watching as the city slowly came to life. In the distance, he could hear the faint lapping of waves against the shore and the mournful cry of seagulls welcoming the new day. A sense of contentment washed over him as he breathed in the crisp morning air, tinged with the ever-present scent of beeswax that permeated his shop. Turning back to his workbench, Gareth began his daily ritual of preparing for the day's candle making. He moved with unhurried purpose, gathering his tools and materials. The familiar weight of his favorite ladle in his hand and the smooth texture of the beeswax blocks brought a smile to his face. As he worked, Gareth hummed softly to himself, an old lullaby his mother used to sing. The melody blended seamlessly with the gentle sounds of the awakening city outside, the distant call of a street vendor, the clip-clop of horse hooves on cobblestone, and the melodious chiming of bells from a nearby temple. The first task of the day was to melt the beeswax. Gareth carefully broke the large blocks into smaller pieces, dropping them into a double boiler. As the wax began to melt, a rich, honey-sweet aroma filled the air, mingling with the other scents of the shop: lavender, vanilla, and the fresh, clean smell of cotton wicks. While the wax melted, Gareth turned his attention to preparing the molds. Each one was carefully cleaned and polished, ensuring that the finished candles would have smooth, unblemished surfaces. His collection of molds ranged from simple tapers to intricate shapes, delicate flowers, mythical creatures, and even miniature replicas of Baldur's Gate's most famous landmarks. As the morning progressed, shafts of sunlight began to stream through the shop's windows, catching motes of dust that danced in the air and illuminating the rows of finished candles that lined the shelves. The play of light and shadow created an almost magical atmosphere, as if the candles themselves were alive with an inner glow. Gareth paused in his work to brew a pot of herbal tea, another daily ritual that he cherished. The soothing aroma of chamomile and mint wafted through the shop, adding another layer to the complex tapestry of scents. He poured himself a cup, savoring the warmth that spread through his hands as he held the mug. Sipping his tea, Gareth's gaze fell upon a special project he had been working on: a large, ornate candle commissioned by the Temple of Lathander for an upcoming festival. The candle was to be a masterpiece, adorned with intricate carvings and infused with oils of frankincense and myrrh. Setting aside his empty mug, Gareth returned to his workbench with renewed focus. He began to carefully pour the melted wax into the prepared molds, his steady hand ensuring that each one was filled to precisely the right level. The quiet sound of liquid wax flowing into the molds was oddly soothing, like a gentle stream trickling over smooth stones. As he worked, Gareth's mind wandered to the people who would eventually use his candles. He imagined them lighting the wicks, watching the flames dance and flicker, perhaps finding comfort or inspiration in the warm glow. The thought that his creations might bring light and warmth to others filled him with a deep sense of purpose and satisfaction. The morning passed peacefully, marked by the rhythmic tasks of pouring, cooling, and unmolding candles. Each finished piece was carefully inspected, any imperfections smoothed away with loving attention to detail. Gareth took pride in every candle that left his shop, from the simplest taper to the most elaborate sculpted piece. As midday approached, the sound of the shop's bell announced the arrival of Gareth's first customer of the day. It was old Marta, a regular visitor who came each week to purchase candles for her boarding house. The candlemaker greeted her warmly, setting aside his work to help her select an assortment of sturdy, long-burning tapers. "Ah, Gareth," Marta said, her wrinkled face creasing into a smile, "your shop always smells so wonderful. It's like stepping into a dream." Gareth chuckled softly, pleased by the compliment. "Thank you, Marta. I do try to make it a pleasant place. How has your week been?" As he carefully wrapped Marta's purchases in brown paper, tying each bundle with a length of twine, Gareth listened to her recount the comings and goings at her boarding house. Their conversation was unhurried and comfortable, a weekly exchange that both looked forward to. After Marta left, the gentle tinkling of the bell fading behind her, Gareth returned to his work. The afternoon stretched before him, a canvas of quiet productivity. He turned his attention to the special candle for the temple, beginning the delicate process of carving intricate designs into its surface. The soft scraping sound of his carving tools filled the air as Gareth carefully etched symbols of dawn and renewal into the candle's waxy surface. His movements were slow and deliberate, each line and curve executed with the precision born of years of practice. As he worked, the candle seemed to come alive under his hands, the carved designs catching the light and creating an ever-changing play of shadows. Time seemed to slow in the quiet of the shop, marked only by the gradual shift of sunlight across the floor and the occasional chiming of a distant clock tower. Gareth lost himself in his work, his mind clear and focused, aware only of the candle taking shape before him and the soothing rhythm of his own breathing. As the afternoon waned, Gareth set aside his carving tools and stretched, easing the stiffness from his back and shoulders. He moved to the shop's front window, watching as the golden light of late afternoon bathed the street outside in a warm glow. The day's bustle had quieted, replaced by the peaceful lull that often settled over the city in the hours before sunset. Returning to his workbench, Gareth began the task of cleaning and organizing his tools. Each item was carefully wiped clean and returned to its proper place, ready for the next day's work. This end-of-day ritual was as much a part of his craft as the candle making itself, a way of honoring his tools and his trade. As twilight approached, Gareth lit a few of his favorite candles, placing them around the shop. The flames flickered to life, casting a soft, warm light that filled the space with a gentle radiance. Shadows danced on the walls, and the sweet scent of beeswax intensified in the air. Gareth stood for a moment, taking in the peaceful atmosphere of his shop. The day's work was done, and a sense of quiet satisfaction settled over him. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and opportunities, new candles to craft and customers to serve. But for now, in this moment, all was calm and right with the world. As the last light of day faded from the sky, Gareth prepared to close up shop. He took one last look around, ensuring that all was in order. The rows of candles on the shelves seemed to glow with an inner light, promising warmth and illumination to all who would use them. With a contented sigh, Gareth extinguished the candles, leaving only a single flame burning in the window, a beacon of welcome for any late-night wanderer who might pass by. He then stepped out into the cool evening air, locking the door behind him. As he made his way home through the quiet streets of Baldur's Gate, the scent of beeswax and herbs still clinging to his clothes, Gareth felt a deep sense of peace. Another day had passed, filled with the simple joys of creation and the satisfaction of work well done. And tomorrow, with the rising of the sun, he would return once more to his beloved candlery, ready to bring a bit more light into the world, one candle at a time. Story 4. As twilight descended upon the bustling streets of Baldur's Gate, a gentle mist began to rise from the cobblestones, softening the edges of the ancient city. Nestled between a quaint bookshop and a fragrant bakery stood the Dreaming Dragon Inn, its weathered sign creaking softly in the evening breeze. The inn's windows glowed with a warm, inviting light that seemed to beckon weary travelers and locals alike. Thorn, the proprietor of the Dreaming Dragon, stood in the doorway of his beloved establishment, breathing in the cool night air. He was a tall, lean man in his late 40s, with kind eyes that crinkled at the corners and salt and pepper hair that he kept neatly tied back. As he watched the last rays of sunlight fade from the sky, Thorn felt a familiar sense of anticipation building within him. Night was falling, and soon the true magic of the dreaming dragon would begin. With a contented sigh, Thorn turned and made his way back inside. The common room of the inn was a study in cozy comfort. Plush armchairs and overstuffed sofas were arranged in intimate groupings, their rich fabrics in warm shades of burgundy and deep green. Polished wooden tables gleamed in the soft light of dozens of candles, their flames casting a golden glow over the room. As Thorn moved through the space, he began his nightly ritual of preparation. He adjusted pillows, straightened throws, and made sure each table had a fresh centerpiece of fragrant herbs and flowers. The air was already rich with the scents of lavender, chamomile, and vanilla, a special blend that Thorn had perfected over the years to promote relaxation and pleasant dreams. In the corner, a fire crackled merrily in the large stone hearth, its warmth chasing away the evening chill. Thorn paused for a moment, listening to the soothing pop and hiss of the burning logs. He added another piece of wood, watching as the flames licked around it, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. As he worked, Thorn hummed softly to himself, an old lullaby his grandmother used to sing. The melody seemed to blend with the ambient sounds of the inn, the gentle clink of glasses from the bar, the muted conversations of the early arrivals, and the distant, muffled sounds of the city beyond the inn's thick walls. With the common room prepared, Thorn made his way to the heart of the dreaming dragon's magic, the guest rooms. Each room in the inn was unique, designed to cater to different dreams and desires. As he climbed the winding staircase, its steps worn smooth by countless feet over the years, Thorn felt a familiar tingle of excitement. He paused at the first door, pressing his palm against the smooth wood. Closing his eyes, he whispered a few words, activating the room's enchantment. Slowly, the door began to shimmer, its surface rippling like the surface of a pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. When Thorn opened his eyes, the once plain door now bore an intricate carving of a forest scene, complete with tiny, twinkling fireflies that seemed to dance among the leaves. Moving down the hallway, Thorn repeated the process for each room. One door transformed to resemble a sunlit beach, the sound of gentle waves audible even through the closed door. Another took on the appearance of a starry night sky, constellations slowly wheeling across its surface. As he worked his way through the inn, Thorn reflected on the guests who would soon occupy these magical spaces. He thought of the weary travelers who would find rest and rejuvenation within these walls, of the dreamers who would explore fantastical realms in their sleep, and of those seeking solace from the cares of the world outside. With the last room prepared, Thorn made his way back downstairs. The common room had begun to fill with guests, their voices a soft murmur that blended with the crackling fire and the gentle strains of a lute being played in the corner. Thorn nodded greetings to familiar faces and welcomed newcomers with a warm smile. Behind the bar, Thorn began preparing the inn's specialty, the dream draught. This soothing herbal tea, infused with a touch of magic, was designed to ease guests into a peaceful sleep filled with pleasant dreams. As he measured out dried herbs and flower petals, the aroma of chamomile, lavender, and a hint of sweet honey filled the air. While the tea steeped, Thorn's attention was drawn to a new arrival. A young half-elf woman stood in the doorway, her eyes wide as she took in the magical atmosphere of the inn. Thorn approached her with a gentle smile. "Welcome to the Dreaming Dragon," he said softly. "I'm Thorn. Might I help you find a comfortable spot to rest?" The half-elf, who introduced herself as Lyra, nodded grateful. As Thorn led her to a cozy armchair near the fire, he noticed the tension in her shoulders and the weariness in her eyes. He had seen that look many times before, the look of someone desperately in need of a good night's sleep. Once Lyra was settled, Thorn brought her a steaming mug of dream draught. "Drink this," he said kindly. "It will help ease your mind and prepare you for a peaceful night's rest." As Lyra sipped the soothing tea, Thorn made his way back to the bar, keeping a watchful eye on the room. He loved this time of night, when the inn was filled with a gentle hum of contentment. Guests lounged in comfortable chairs, some reading books from the inn's extensive library, Others engaged in quiet conversation or simply gazing into the fire. As the evening wore on, Thorn began to guide guests to their rooms. He took particular care with Lyra, leading her to a room whose door shimmered with the image of a tranquil moonlit garden. As he opened the door, a gentle breeze seemed to waft from within, carrying the scent of night, blooming jasmine. Lyra gasped softly as she stepped inside. The walls of the room rippled with soft light, creating the illusion of being in an outdoor space. The ceiling above had transformed into a breathtaking view of the night sky, complete with gently twinkling stars and a full moon that bathed the room in silvery light. "Rest well," Thorn said softly, closing the door behind him. He knew that within this magical space, Lyra would find the peace and rejuvenation she sought. As the night deepened, the common room gradually emptied, guests retiring to their enchanted chambers. Thorn moved quietly through the inn, extinguishing candles and adding another log to the fire to keep it burning low through the night. Finally, with all the guests settled and the inn quiet, Thorn allowed himself a moment of rest. He sank into his favorite armchair by the fire, a mug of his own special blend of tea cradled in his hands. As he sipped the warm, soothing liquid, he reflected on the day and on the subtle magic that filled every corner of the dreaming dragon. The soft glow of the fire cast dancing shadows on the walls, and the muted sounds of the sleeping inn surrounded him like a comforting blanket. From upstairs came the occasional creak of a floorboard or the soft murmur of a dreaming guest, but these sounds only added to the peaceful atmosphere. As the first light of dawn began to tint the sky outside, Thorn rose from his chair, feeling rested and content. He moved to the inn's front window, watching as the stars faded and the city began to stir. Soon, his guests would awaken, refreshed and renewed by their night in the dreaming dragon. With a soft smile, Thorn turned back to the inn, ready to begin another day of providing comfort and magical rest to all who crossed his threshold. The dreaming dragon stood as a haven of peace in the bustling city, a place where weary souls could find respite and where dreams took flight on gossamer wings. As the new day dawned, the inn seemed to settle into itself, the magic of the night not dissipating, but merely shifting, always ready to embrace the next dreamer who sought its soothing embrace. And at the heart of it all stood Thorn, keeper of dreams and guardian of peaceful slumbers, ready to welcome all who sought the unique magic of the dreaming dragon inn. Story 5. In the heart of Baldur's Gate, where the bustle of city life faded into whispers, there lay a secret known to few. Behind the imposing walls of the ducal palace, past the grand halls and official chambers, nestled a hidden oasis of tranquility, the palace garden. These were no ordinary gardens, but a realm of enchantment and serenity, carefully tended for generations yet rarely seen by outside eyes. On this particular morning, as the first rays of sunlight painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, a young gardener named Lily made her way through a concealed door in the palace wall. She was small and lithe, with auburn hair tied back in a practical braid and eyes that sparkled with an innate connection to growing things. As the door closed silently behind her, Lily took a deep breath, savoring the transition from the stone-bound world of the city to this verdant paradise. The air in the gardens was different, fresher, more alive. It carried the mingled scents of 100 flowers and herbs, each breath a symphony of fragrance. Lily paused for a moment, allowing her senses to attune to her surroundings. The soft chirping of early birds filled the air, punctuated by the gentle rustling of leaves in the morning breeze. With practiced ease, Lily began her daily rounds. Her first stop was a magnificent rose garden, where blooms of every color imaginable nodded their heavy heads in greeting. She moved among them with gentle purpose, her fingers lightly touching each plant, checking for signs of distress or disease. As she worked, she hummed softly, an old tune her grandmother had taught her about the language of flowers. The roses gave way to a herb garden, its neat beds filled with fragrant plants, both common and rare. Lily knelt beside a patch of lavender, its purple spikes swaying gently. She carefully trimmed a few stems, the sharp, clean scent rising around her. These would be dried and used in sachets to scent the palace linens, bringing a touch of the garden's peace into the busy life of the court. As the sun climbed higher, casting dappled shadows through the leaves of ancient trees. Lily made her way to the heart of the gardens. Here, a small fountain trickled merrily, its waters clear and sweet. Colorful koi swam lazy circles in the pond at its base, their scales flashing like jewels when they caught the light. Lily sat on the edge of the fountain, trailing her fingers in the cool water and watching the play of light and shadow on its surface. The peaceful sound of the fountain mingled with the gentle buzz of bees moving from flower to flower, creating a soothing natural melody. Lily closed her eyes for a moment, allowing the tranquility of the place to wash over her. In this hidden corner of the bustling city, time seemed to slow, each moment stretching out like honey dripping from a spoon. A flutter of wings drew Lily's attention, and she opened her eyes to see a beautiful blue butterfly alighting on a nearby flower. Its delicate wings moved slowly as it sipped nectar, seemingly unafraid of the human observer. Lily watched in quiet wonder, marveling at the intricate patterns on the butterfly's wings and the perfect balance of its tiny form. As the butterfly took flight once more, Lily rose and continued her journey through the gardens. She passed through an arbor heavy with fragrant wisteria, its purple blooms cascading down like a floral waterfall. The path beneath her feet changed from smooth flagstones to soft, springy moss, each step cushioned and silent. Beyond the arbor lay a secluded meditation grove, shaded by ancient oak trees, whose gnarled branches reached towards the sky. In the center of the grove stood a small, simple stone bench, worn smooth by years of use. Lily approached it reverently, running her hand along its cool surface before sitting down. Here, in this quiet space, Lily took a moment for herself. She closed her eyes and focused on her breathing, feeling the gentle rise and fall of her chest. The sounds of the garden, the whisper of leaves, the distant trickle of the fountain, the soft buzz of insects seemed to fade into a peaceful background hum. As she sat in quiet meditation, Lily reflected on the unique role she played in tending this hidden paradise. Each plant, each flower, each blade of grass was under her care. It was a responsibility she took seriously, understanding the importance of maintaining this oasis of calm in the midst of the often chaotic city. The gentle chiming of distant bells broke into Lily's reverie, reminding her of the passing time. With a soft sigh, she opened her eyes, feeling refreshed and centered. The world seemed a little brighter, the colors a little more vivid, after a moment of quiet reflection. Rising from the bench, Lily continued her rounds. She passed through a small orchard, where fruit trees heavy with ripening apples and pears stood in neat rows. The sweet scent of nearly ripe fruit hung in the air, promising future harvests of sun-warmed delights. Near the orchard, a patch of wildflowers grew in cheerful abundance. Unlike the carefully tended beds elsewhere in the garden, this area was allowed to grow freely, creating a riot of color and texture. Lily paused here, watching as butterflies and bees danced from bloom to bloom. The wildflowers reminded her of the importance of balance between order and chaos, between cultivation and natural growth. As the sun reached its zenith, casting shorter shadows across the garden paths, Lily made her way to a small greenhouse tucked away in a sunny corner. Inside, the air was warm and humid, filled with the earth's scent of rich soil and growing things. Delicate orchids and rare tropical plants thrived here, their exotic blooms a stark contrast to the more familiar flora outside. Lily moved among the plants with care, misting leaves and checking soil moisture. Each plant had its own needs, its own rhythm of growth, and Lily had learned to attune herself to these subtle differences. As she worked, she spoke softly to the plants, words of encouragement and care that seemed to make the very air in the greenhouse vibrate with life. Emerging from the greenhouse, Lily blinked in the bright sunlight. She made her way to a small shed where gardening tools were stored, selecting a pair of pruning shears and a basket. With these in hand, she set about her next task, deadheading spent blooms and harvesting herbs for the palace kitchens. This gentle work allowed Lily's mind to wander, considering the cycle of growth and renewal that she witnessed every day in the garden. As she carefully snipped away faded flowers, making way for new growth, she reflected on how this mirrors life itself, the constant ebb and flow, the letting go of the old to make way for the new. The afternoon passed in a peaceful rhythm of care and cultivation. Lily moved through the gardens with practiced ease, her movements efficient yet unhurried. She watered thirsty plants, turned the soil in vegetable beds, and tied up wayward vines with soft twine. As the day began to wane, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold once more, Lily found herself back at the fountain where she had started her day. She sat on its edge once more, this time to wash her hands in the cool, clear water. As she did so, she noticed her reflection, cheeks flushed with healthy exertion, eyes bright with contentment. Looking around the garden, Lily felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Every plant tended, every path swept, every corner of this hidden paradise cared for with love and attention. The garden stood ready to face the night, to grow and change in the quiet hours of darkness, only to greet her again with new wonders in the morning. With the day's work complete, Lily gathered her tools and made her way back to the hidden door in the wall. As she prepared to leave, she paused for one last look at the garden. The setting sun cast long shadows across the paths, and a gentle evening breeze carried the mingled scents of 100 flowers. In that moment, the hidden gardens of the ducal palace seemed to glow with an inner light, a testament to the magic that can be found in quiet, growing things. As Lily slipped through the door and back into the bustling world of Baldur's Gate, she carried with her the peace of the garden, a secret oasis of calm in her heart, ready to face whatever the city might bring. And behind her, the hidden gardens settled into the quiet of evening, waiting patiently for another day of growth, beauty, and quiet wonder. Story 6. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient city of Baldur's Gate, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves of the great willow trees that lined the banks of the river Cayanthar. Here, at Worm's Crossing, where the bustling city gave way to a more tranquil landscape, a tale of quiet magic was about to unfold. Valera, a young half-elf with eyes the color of summer leaves, made her way along the riverbank. Her steps were light and sure, barely disturbing the soft grass beneath her feet. As twilight deepened, she felt a familiar sense of anticipation building within her. This was her favorite time of day, when the veil between the mundane world and the realm of magic grew thin. The air around her was filled with the soothing sounds of evening. The gentle gurgle of the river as it flowed past, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the soft chirping of crickets all blended into a natural symphony. Illyra breathed deeply, savoring the fresh, clean scent of water mingled with the earthy aroma of the riverside. As she walked, Illyra's keen elven senses picked up on subtle changes in her surroundings. The whispering of the willows seemed to grow more distinct, almost as if the ancient trees were conversing among themselves. The breeze carried hints of magic, like the faintest chime of distant bells. Illyra paused beneath the sprawling branches of a particularly massive willow. Its long, graceful fronds swayed gently, creating a curtain of green that separated her from the outside world. Here, in this natural sanctuary, she felt a deep sense of peace wash over her. Settling herself on a gnarled root that curved up from the ground like a natural bench, Illyra closed her eyes and listened. The whispers of the willows grew clearer, and she began to distinguish words and phrases in a language as old as the earth itself. This was the gift she had inherited from her elven ancestors, the ability to commune with the ancient, living things of the world. As Illyra sat in quiet communion with the willow, she became aware of a soft, flickering light. Opening her eyes, she saw tiny points of luminescence dancing among the branches, willow wisps, the playful spirits of the riverside. Their gentle glow cast a magical light over the scene, turning the ordinary into something extraordinary. The will-o'-wisps moved with purpose, their dance creating patterns of light and shadow. Illyra watched in wonder as they began to form shapes here, the outline of a leaping fish. There, the silhouette of a graceful heron. It was as if they were telling stories, sharing the day's events on the river in a language of pure light. Time seemed too slow in this enchanted space. Illyra lost track of how long she sat there, watching the dance of the will-o'-wisps and listening to the whispers of the willows. The trees spoke of many things of the long years they had stood witness to the ebb and flow of life along the river, of the countless travelers they had sheltered beneath their branches, of the enduring cycle of seasons that brought both change and constancy. As she listened, Illyra felt a deep connection to the natural world around her. The boundary between herself and her surroundings seemed to blur, as if she were becoming one with the earth, the river, and the ancient willows. It was a profound and peaceful feeling, free from the cares and worries of everyday life. A gentle splash from the river drew Illyra's attention. At the water's edge, a family of otters had emerged to play in the twilight. Their sleek bodies glistened as they dove and surfaced, their playful antics a joyful counterpoint to the serene atmosphere. Illyra watched them with a smile, delighting in their uninhibited enjoyment of the moment. As the night deepened, more of the river's inhabitants made their appearances. A majestic owl glided silently between the willow branches, its wide eyes gleaming in the soft light of the will-o'-wisps. From somewhere upstream came the deep, resonant call of a bullfrog, soon joined by a chorus of its fellows. Illyra's gaze was drawn to the surface of the river itself. The water reflected the star-studded sky above, creating the illusion of an infinite expanse both above and below. The gentle current caused the reflected stars to shimmer and dance, as if the river were flowing with liquid starlight. As she sat in quiet contemplation, Illyra became aware of other presences joining her in the willow grove. At first, they were little more than shadows at the edge of her vision, but gradually they took on more distinct forms. These were the dryads, the spirits of the trees, rarely seen by mortal eyes. The dryads moved with fluid grace, their forms seeming to shift between that of beautiful women and the trees they were bound to. They acknowledged Illyra with gentle nods, accepting her presence in their sacred grove. Their eyes held the wisdom of centuries, and their smiles spoke of secret joys known only to those who lived in harmony with nature. One of the dryads, her hair the silver green of new willow leaves, approached Illyra. Without a word, she held out her hand, offering a small, smooth stone. Illyra accepted it reverently, feeling a pulse of ancient magic as the stone touched her palm. It was warm, as if it had been lying in the sun, and seemed to vibrate with a subtle energy. As Illyra cradled the stone, images began to form in her mind. She saw the river as it had been centuries ago, wild and untamed. She witnessed the first settlers arriving at Worm's Crossing, and the gradual growth of Baldur's Gate from a small outpost to a thriving city. Through it all, the willows stood as silent guardians, their roots deep in the earth, their branches reaching for the sky. The vision faded, leaving Illyra with a profound sense of connection to this place and its history. She looked up to thank the dryad, but the tree spirit had already melded back into her willow, leaving only a gentle rustle of leaves in her wake. As the night wore on, Illyra found herself drifting into a peaceful half-sleep. The whispers of the willows became a soothing lullaby, the dance of the will-o'-wisps, a calming light show behind her closed eyelids. She felt safe and protected, cradled in the roots of the ancient tree. In this state between waking and dreaming, Illyra's mind wandered along peaceful paths. She dreamed of the river in all its moods, from the gentle flow of summer to the ice-laden currents of winter. She saw herself as part of the great cycle of nature, connected to all living things through an invisible web of energy and life. As the first light of dawn began to tint the eastern sky, Illyra slowly returned to full wakefulness. She stretched, feeling refreshed and renewed, as if she had slept for 100 years, and yet no time had passed at all. The will-o'-wisps had faded with the coming of day, and the dryads had retreated into their trees. Yet the sense of magic lingered, like the last notes of a beautiful song. Illyra rose to her feet, bowing deeply to the willow that had sheltered her through the night. As she made her way back along the riverbank, Illyra felt a profound sense of peace and purpose. She carried with her the whispers of the willows, the dance of the will-o'-wisps, and the ancient magic of Worm's Crossing. These were gifts to be treasured, and when the time was right, shared with others who might need a reminder of the quiet magic that exists in the world. The sun rose fully over Baldur's Gate, its light sparkling on the surface of the river Kyanthar. Another day was beginning, full of possibilities. And as Illyra walked back towards the awakening city, she knew that whenever she needed to find peace, the whispering willows of Worm's Crossing would be waiting, their ancient branches open in eternal welcome. Story 7. As the sun reached its zenith over Baldur's gate, casting a golden glow across the city's spires and rooftops, the Wide began its gentle transformation from bustling marketplace to tranquil haven. The usual clamor of the morning crowd had faded, replaced by a soothing hum of unhurried activity. This was the hour when the Wide revealed its hidden charm, a secret known only to those who lingered in the afternoon's embrace. Mira, a young halfling herbalist, stepped onto the worn cobblestones of the marketplace, her woven basket swinging gently at her side. She breathed in deeply, savoring the mingled scents of spices, flowers, and sun-warmed stone. The Wide stretched before her, a tapestry of color and texture waiting to be explored. As she made her way down the main thoroughfare, Mira noticed how the afternoon light played across the faces of the buildings. Shadows lengthened, softening the edges of weathered stone and timber. The warm hues of the sun brought out the rich patina of copper roof tiles and the deep, burnished tones of wooden shop signs swaying gently in the breeze. To her left, a row of fabric merchants were arranging their wares with careful precision. Bolts of silk in jewel tones cascaded from display racks, their surfaces shimmering like calm waters. Nearby, stacks of woven wool blankets in earthy plaids and stripes invited passersby to run their hands over the soft textures. Mira paused to admire a length of diaphanous cotton, the color of a robin's egg, imagining how it might catch the light if fashioned into curtains for her shop window. The gentle strumming of a lute drew her attention, and she followed the melody to its source. Seated on a low wall beneath a gnarled oak tree was Finnick, an elven bard known for his soothing ballads. His fingers danced gracefully across the strings, weaving a tapestry of sound that seemed to blend seamlessly with the ambient noises of the Wide. A small crowd had gathered, their faces relaxed and content as they swayed gently to the music. Mira found a comfortable spot on a sun-warmed bench and closed her eyes for a moment, letting the music wash over her. The melody spoke of quiet forests and babbling brooks, of moonlit glades, and the gentle rustling of leaves in a summer breeze. When she opened her eyes again, she noticed others around her had done the same, their features softened by the music's calming influence. As Finnick's song came to a close, a flock of pigeons alighted nearby, their soft cooing providing a natural counterpoint to the fading notes. The birds pecked contentedly at crumbs left behind from the midday meal, their iridescent feathers catching the light as they moved. Mira rose from her bench, offering a smile and a few copper pieces to Finnick before continuing her stroll through the Wide. The afternoon was wearing on, and the quality of light was changing, taking on a warmer, more golden hue that bathed everything in a soft glow. She approached a fruit stand where old Greta, a human woman with laugh lines etched deeply around her eyes, was carefully arranging her produce. Pyramids of apples gleamed like polished gems, deep reds, sunny yellows, and blushing pinks. Nearby, a crate of peaches filled the air with their sweet, heady aroma. Greta looked up as Mira approached, her weathered face breaking into a warm smile. "Ah, young Mira," Greta greeted her, her voice as rich and mellow as honey. "Come to find some sweetness for your teas?" Mira nodded, inhaling deeply to take in the mingled scents of ripe fruit. "Indeed, Greta. What would you recommend today?" The older woman's eyes twinkled as she reached for a pale yellow apple, its skin dotted with tiny freckles. "Try this one, dear. It's a new variety from the orchards south of the city. Sweet with just a hint of tartness, perfect for balancing your herbal blends." As Mira bit into the apple, juice trickled down her chin. The flavor burst across her tongue, a perfect balance of sweet and tart, with subtle floral notes that lingered pleasantly. She closed her eyes, savoring the taste and the quiet moment shared with Greta. When she opened her eyes again, Mira noticed how the lengthening shadows had changed the character of the Wide. The warm light of the sinking sun gilded the edges of buildings and cast a honeyed glow across the marketplace. Vendors were beginning to light lanterns, adding pinpricks of warm light to the deepening afternoon. Mira bid farewell to Greta and continued her leisurely exploration. She passed a bakery where the scent of fresh bread still lingered in the air, mingling with the sweeter notes of cinnamon and vanilla. The baker, a portly dwarf with flour dusting his beard, was carefully arranging the day's leftover loaves into baskets. Mira knew these would be distributed to the city's poorer residents, a daily act of kindness that warmed her heart. As she walked, Mira's attention was drawn to a small commotion near the central fountain. A street performer, a gnome with a shock of vibrant blue hair, was delighting a group of children with a display of illusory butterflies. The magical insects fluttered and danced through the air, their gossamer wings shimmering with impossible colors. The children's laughter, bright and clear, rang out like bells in the quiet afternoon. Mira paused to watch, a smile tugging at her lips. The gnome caught her eye and, with a flourish, sent a particularly beautiful butterfly its wings, a swirl of lavender and silver, to alight on her basket. Though she knew it was only an illusion, Mira could almost feel the delicate touch of its wings before it dissipated into sparkling motes of light. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the cobblestones, the wide took on an almost dream-like quality. The day's heat began to dissipate, replaced by a gentle coolness that carried with it the promise of evening. Mira found herself drawn to the central fountain, its gentle splashing a soothing counterpoint to the soft murmur of conversations around her. She perched on the fountain's wide stone rim, trailing her fingers through the cool water. The surface rippled and shimmered, reflecting the warm hues of the sunset sky. Nearby, a young couple sat close together, sharing quiet words and tender glances. An elderly man dozed on a bench, a contented smile on his weathered face as a tabby cat purred in his lap. As twilight deepened, lamplighters moved through the wide, their long poles reaching up to ignite the street lamps. One by one, warm pools of light bloomed in the gathering dusk, casting a gentle glow over the cobblestones and creating pockets of golden warmth throughout the marketplace. Mira watched as the wide settled into its evening rhythm. Some shops were closing their doors, shopkeepers sweeping their stoops and exchanging friendly words with neighbors. Others were just coming to life, taverns and inns opening their doors to welcome the night's patrons, the scent of hearty stews and freshly tapped ale drifting on the air. In the center of the wide, Finnick the bard had returned, this time accompanied by a flautist whose melodies twined with the lute's strings like ivy on a trellis. Their music seemed to capture the essence of the fading day, gentle, wistful, yet filled with the quiet joy of moments well spent. As stars began to twinkle in the deepening blue of the sky, Mira rose from her seat at the fountain. Her basket was heavier now, filled with the day's carefully chosen treasures, herbs for her teas, fruits for preserves, and a length of that robin's egg blue cotton that had caught her eye earlier. She took a moment to breathe deeply, filling her lungs with the cool evening air. The wide had worked its gentle magic once again, transforming a simple afternoon of errands into a tapestry of peaceful moments and quiet joys. As she turned towards home, Mira carried with her not just the contents of her basket, but a heart full of tranquility and renewal. The soft glow of lanterns lit her way as Mira walked the familiar streets towards her small shop and home. The sounds of the wide faded gradually behind her, replaced by the evening symphony of Baldur's Gate, distant laughter from open windows, the muffled bark of a dog, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. As she reached her doorstep, Mira paused to look back. In the distance, she could just make out the warm glow of the wide, a beacon of warmth and community in the heart of the city. With a contented smile, she turned the key in her lock, ready to end her day as peacefully as she had passed the afternoon, surrounded by the fruits of the wide's gentle bounty and wrapped in the soothing memories of a quiet day well spent. Story 8. MJ developed the full story for idea number 8. Start with a compelling hook to capture the listener's attention. Write the story using approximately 1,500 words, narrated in a warm third-person voice. Use rich, sensory descriptions to create a vivid mental landscape. Incorporate peaceful ambient details and gentle background elements where appropriate. Maintain a steady, engaging pace throughout the narrative, using a mix of sentence structures and evocative language. Focus on showing rather than telling, allowing the listener to feel immersed in the setting. Include moments of quiet reflection or gentle action that naturally flow with the story. Avoid any sudden plot twists or tension-building elements. Throughout the story, simply narrate the events and descriptions without repeatedly instructing the listener to relax or imagine themselves in specific situations. The goal is to tell an engaging, soothing story that naturally promotes relaxation through its content and tone. A morning at the Temple of Lathander in the hushed moments before dawn, when the world teetered on the edge of slumber and wakefulness, the Temple of Lathander stood as a silent sentinel in the heart of Baldur's Gate. Its spires reached towards the lightening sky, their gilded tips catching the first glimmers of the approaching sun. As night began to retreat, the temple stirred to life, preparing to greet the new day with reverence and joy. Acolyte Lyra, a young half-elf with eyes the color of spring leaves, padded softly through the temple's cool marble halls. Her bare feet made no sound on the smooth stone as she moved with practiced grace, lighting candles and lanterns to chase away the lingering shadows. The warm glow spread slowly through the corridors, revealing intricate mosaics and tapestries that adorned the walls, each depicting scenes of hope, renewal, and the triumph of light over darkness. As Lyra worked, she hummed a gentle melody, an old hymn to Lathander that spoke of new beginnings and endless possibilities. The tune echoed softly in the empty halls, mingling with the whisper of her robes and the gentle hiss of newly lit candles. Gradually, other sounds joined her quiet song, the rustle of robes as fellow acolytes emerged from their quarters, the distant toll of the temple bell calling the faithful to morning prayer, the soft creak of ancient doors swinging open to welcome the coming day. In the main sanctuary, High Priest Eldrin stood before the great eastern window, his silver hair gleaming in the pre-dawn light. His weathered hands moved in a graceful dance as he prepared the altar for the morning ritual, arranging fresh flowers and polishing the sacred symbols of Lathander until they shone. The scent of roses and lilies mingled with the familiar aroma of beeswax candles and aged wood, creating a fragrance unique to this hallowed space. As the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, they streamed through the stained glass window behind the altar. The masterful artwork depicted Lathander rising from the east, his arms outstretched in welcome. Light filtered through the colored glass, painting the marble floor with vibrant hues, rich golds, warm ambers, soft pinks, and gentle lavenders. The colors shifted and danced as the sun continued its ascent, bringing the scene to life in a breathtaking display. Worshippers began to file into the sanctuary, their footsteps hushed and reverent. Some wore the simple garb of commoners, while others were clad in finer attire, but all faces shared the same expression of peaceful anticipation. They settled onto cushioned benches or knelt on soft prayer mats, their whispered greetings and quiet movements creating a gentle susurrus that filled the air. As the sanctuary filled, Lyra took her place among the other acolytes near the altar. She breathed deeply, inhaling the combined scents of incense, flowers, and the unique fragrance of old books and parchment that permeated the temple. The aroma centered her, grounding her in this moment as she prepared to participate in the timeless ritual of welcoming the dawn. High Priest Eldrin raised his arms, and a hush fell over the gathered congregation. His voice, strong despite his advanced years, filled the sanctuary as he began to chant the morning prayer. The words, ancient and powerful, rolled through the air like gentle waves, washing over the assembled faithful. One by one, other voices joined his, creating a harmonious chorus that seemed to make the very air vibrate with shared devotion. As the chant continued, shafts of sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating motes of dust that danced in the air like tiny stars. The light grew stronger, chasing away the last remnants of night and bathing the sanctuary in a warm golden glow. Lyra felt the warmth on her skin, a gentle caress that seemed to infuse her with renewed energy and purpose. The morning prayer concluded, its final notes lingering in the air like a fragrant perfume. High Priest Eldrin moved to the center of the altar, raising a large crystal prism above his head. As the sunlight struck the faceted surface, it exploded into a dazzling array of colors that danced across the walls and ceiling of the sanctuary. Gasps of wonder and delight rippled through the congregation as they witnessed this daily miracle, a reminder of the beauty and magic inherent in each new dawn. With the formal ritual complete, the atmosphere in the sanctuary shifted subtly. Some worshippers remained in quiet contemplation, their eyes closed and faces serene as they communed silently with their god. Others moved in small groups, exchanging soft greetings and sharing quiet conversations. The overall mood was one of peaceful contentment, a gentle joy that seemed to radiate from each person present. Lyra moved among the congregation, offering words of comfort to those in need, listening to concerns, and sharing in celebrations of life's small victories. An elderly woman grasped her hand, sharing news of a grandchild's first steps. A young man with worry lines etched on his brow found solace in a quiet prayer shared with the acolyte. Each interaction, no matter how brief, left both Lyra and the worshipper feeling uplifted and connected to something greater than themselves. As the morning progressed, the scent of freshly baked bread began to waft through the temple. In a small kitchen adjacent to the sanctuary, Brother Tomas, a jovial human with rosy cheeks and flour-dusted hands, kneaded dough for the day's communion loaves. The rhythmic sound of his work provided a soothing backdrop to the quiet activities in the main hall. Outside, in the temple's peaceful gardens, early morning sunlight filtered through the leaves of ancient oak trees, creating a dappled pattern on the dewy grass. A small group had gathered for outdoor meditation, seated on smooth stone benches arranged in a circle. Their eyes were closed, faces tilted up to catch the warmth of the sun as they breathed in unison, the gentle rise and fall of their chests mirroring the rhythm of the world awakening around them. Near a burbling fountain, an acolyte tended to a bed of herbs used in the temple's healing work. The pungent scent of rosemary mingled with the sweeter notes of lavender and chamomile, creating an aromatic symphony that attracted industrious bees and colorful butterflies. The soft buzz of insects and the gentle splash of water provided a soothing natural melody that complemented the more structured sounds emanating from within the temple walls. As the morning wore on, Lyra found herself drawn to a secluded alcove off the main sanctuary. Here, shelves lined with ancient tomes and scrolls created a cozy nook for study and reflection. Sunlight streamed through a small, circular window, illuminating motes of dust that danced in the air like tiny stars. The young acolyte selected a well-worn volume of prayers and settled into a comfortable chair, losing herself in the wisdom of those who had walked this path before her. The pages whispered as she turned them, the parchment smooth beneath her fingers. The scent of old leather and ink enveloped her, as comforting as a warm embrace. As she read, the sounds of the temple faded into a pleasant background hum, soft footsteps on marble floors, the distant chime of bells, murmured conversations, and the occasional burst of joyful laughter. Time seemed too slow in this peaceful corner, each moment stretching out like honey dripping from a spoon. Lyra's eyes grew heavy, the soothing atmosphere and gentle play of light lulling her into a state of deep relaxation. She allowed her eyes to close, the book resting forgotten in her lap as she drifted in a place between wakefulness and dreams. A gentle hand on her shoulder roused Lyra from her reverie. She opened her eyes to find High Priest Eldrin smiling down at her, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "Even in rest we serve," he said softly, his voice warm with affection. "But now, young one, it's time to break our fast. Brother Tomas has outdone himself this morning." As if on cue, the aroma of freshly baked bread and fragrant herbal tea wafted through the alcove. Lyra rose, stretching languidly, and followed the high priest towards the communal dining hall. The temple had shifted into its midday rhythm, a gentle ebb and flow of activity that would continue until the sun once again dipped below the horizon. In the dining hall, long tables were set with simple but beautiful pottery, each piece glazed in the warm hues of sunrise. Acolytes and visitors alike gathered, breaking bread together and sharing in quiet conversation. Laughter bubbled up occasionally, as warm and comforting as the tea being poured into waiting cups. As Lyra took her place at one of the tables, she felt a deep sense of contentment wash over her. Here, in this haven of peace and light, each new day brought with it the promise of renewal, the comfort of routine, and the joy of shared purpose. As she bowed her head in a quiet prayer of gratitude, the young acolyte knew that no matter what challenges the world beyond these walls might hold, within the Temple of Lathander, there would always be a place of serenity and hope to which she could return. The gentle clinking of cutlery and the soft murmur of voices filled the air as the meal began, a fitting conclusion to a morning spent in quiet devotion and peaceful reflection. Outside, the sun continued its journey across the sky, its warm light a constant reminder of Lathander's enduring presence and the eternal cycle of renewal that each dawn brought to the world.